Hello, happy Monday. Hope everyone's doing good. And yeah, we're back. Muster Minutes. We're building Muster Minutes still. It's day 6 now, week number 2. I hope you all had a good weekend. And I've got some confessions to make. I did a little bit of code off stream over the weekend. Not much, just a little bit. I had a little bit of time. And I've also been updating my VS Code so it'll look slightly different, new colour scheme and some fonts after looking at some of the GitHub universe stuff. But I thought what I'd do is just take you through some of those code changes. I've not done too much. Most of it was a bit of a boring refactor to some of the stuff that was going on anyway, and also some fixes to a couple of problems that I'd been noticing with the setup. So I think what I'll do is I'll just walk through those to begin with, and we'll kind of jump straight into it. And so, yep, stream is all good. Yep, it's looking good. Let's go. Cool. So, if you remember last week, what we had, in fact, let's just jump into our actual UI and we can take a look, see what we've actually got. We've got our meetings controller, we can create a meeting, and at the end of last week, I added the ability to actually see a completed transcription from AWS Transcribe. And the flow there is that you can create your meeting, you can upload a file, you can create that recording, that'll upload the file into S3. You can then generate transcription, and that will then send it off, start off a new transcription job in AWS, and then once it's complete, a file will be uploaded to S3. We get notification about that file, and we process that notification, and then the transcription then gets added into the database, as shown in the previous live at Rail. And we're currently using this podcast from Remote Ruby as our kind of test for this. There's a few different people in there, and so that'll help with diarization when we kind of come onto that topic. It's done a pretty good job. I was listening through the episode earlier today and looking at this transcription. It's done a pretty good job. It struggles a little bit when there's 2 different people speaking at the same time, and it also struggles a little bit with like the podcast jingle and anytime there's like a music thing going on. So it definitely works better if it's just audio of people speaking as opposed to that. But I think it's still a good test, so keeping it in there for now. In terms of the code, at the end of last week, some of the stuff we were kind of really trying to get into was the whole webhook. So if we go to our roots file, you'll see that we have this post webhook / transcriptions. This is where our SNS notifications get sent to, and we have this transcriptions webhook receive controller, the method. So that's really where we were spending a lot of our time, and that's where I've done some of the biggest refactoring. If we take a look at this now, it looks very different to what it looked like on Friday at the end of the last stream. And that's because I set up a new kind of base SNS notification controller where a lot of the stuff that was happening in here we didn't really care about. A lot of it was just kind of boilerplate setting up the SNS notification. So I've moved all of that into there. We can take a look at how that works. But in its place, what we have here is how we use that controller. So we have this new handle notification class method that's available on the controller, and you pass it a notification type. In this case, it's just notification, and then you pass it a method reference. So this is a symbol that's got the same name as the method, and it will call this method when it receives the notification type. In here, we've actually got the code that we're actually intending to run, and I added a comment here to kind of identify what's going on. We get our notification. This is a type of SNS notification that we created, and we pass it into an SNS S3 event wrapper. And this is essentially a, you'd call this kind of pattern a decorator, or a, kind of a decorator pattern where you take the original object and you decorate it with some additional methods. Or a presenter would be the other type of pattern, I suppose, here, where actually this is a presentation class of notification specifically for the S3 events. And then with that event, I added a new class method to transcription that allows us to find a transcription based on that S3 event. We can take a look at that. So if I open up my transcription model, I'm not entirely sure on this right now, but I think it'll do. I think I probably want to move this out into the controller. Kind of an incidental detail that transcription is now somewhat dependent on this S3 event, and this logic here is a little bit odd, but I think it's fine for now. Then we have find by, so it will take that recording from the S3 event and find it in the database for that transcription. And then we update it with the S3 event file. So what the S3 event does is it takes a notification, gives us access to the bucket and the key by digging through the message that's attached to that notification. And then it also has a link to the file, and it uses the S3 client in order to get that object body and read that body. One of the things you'll notice here as well is I've simplified how we're using a lot of the AWS libraries. We're using SNS S3, SNS S3, and AWS Transcribe. All of them have each individual client. One of the things we're trying to do every single time we used one of those is initialize them. And so I added a new config/initializers aws.rb. And in there we have our AWS config kind of pre-initialized using the application credentials. So we're having to do this every time, made it more dry now. This is done for every single AWS client we will use, in which case we now just have to initialize the client without having to pass any config because the config's dealt with this for us elsewhere. So we just create our S3 client. That will follow through in a bunch of places. So we move back into our controller. Let's take a look at this notification controller. This is where a lot of this stuff has moved to. And now this looks a little bit cleaner. I'm still a little bit unsure about whether I want this to be inheriting from the action controller base or whether I want this to be a concern. I feel like it probably makes more sense as a concern. I'm not entirely sure just yet how I want to approach that. But for now, I think we'll go with this. The reason I inherit from action controller base is actually because for this I was having to skip a lot of the stuff that was irrelevant in the application controller for this notification controller, like the local only, but authentication stuff might also be applicable at some point. So for now I'm just inheriting from action controller base. I might move this into a concern at some point, we'll see. It's got a couple of things going on. First thing is setting up some initial class methods. There's the handle notification class method, which takes that notification type in the method. That adds it into notification handlers. So we create this object on the instance of the class with all the notification handlers and dealing with that method. That notification handlers is initialized here in case it's not been set up before. Sets it up as a class variable and a class instance variable, and it will set a default action for the subscription confirmation, which will approve the subscription. Obviously, whoever implements this controller can override that if they want to pick that up instead and deal with it in a different way, but that's how that works. The receive method is the default method, and again, that's what we're using in our routes to receive the notification. That sets the notification up, and it returns head unless unauthorized and unless that notification is valid. So this deals with the validation of the notification. This then picks up the handler. Again, bad request if there is no handler, and then the send sends that handler the notification. Down here we have our approved subscription and our notification params. Actually, this reads a lot easier now, and we can clearly see that this is just focusing on setting up the notification and controlling that, whereas our webhook controller over here actually just cares about, hey, here's a notification. You can assume it's valid because we've already checked that for you, and you can do what you want with that. And in our case, we're assuming it's an S3 event, and then we're using that S3 event to find the transcription, and then we're updating our transcription based on that file that we passed. So I'm quite happy with that. That was a bunch of stuff that we did in there. There's some other stuff I've done as well that I'll share through. So we've looked at the webhook controller, we've looked at transcription. Dispatch, again, I mentioned the AWS Transcribe client before. I was having to kind of initialize. Now I've cleaned all of that code up. I just initialize the client and call it directly. This is something we did on Friday. This is showing the transcript. We're going to have to refactor that code because our transcript is probably going to come through in a different format when we start adding diarization, which will probably be one of the next things we look at doing. That we also did on Friday. This is where we show a turbo frame tag around that transcription so we can render it once it's loaded. Here's our initializer. This is a issue I kept noticing when we were running our tests, so I've put this in here. This comes from this link here, and we kept seeing this rack handler is deprecated warning when we're using Rails 7.1. We keep seeing this one whenever we run RSpec, and so I found this in here, and this actually does work. It's useful. Eventually I won't need this because Capybara will be updated, but they don't have a new version with that PR just in yet. So for now we've got a little patch in our initializer which just swaps out the handler for the rack up handler. Notification controller that we looked at. Notification, we swapped around the payload here. We were originally using keyword arg, now we're just using a default or just first parameter payload. This also forces us to send the payload. This is somewhat optional. This is required, and we'll get an error if we don't do that. But this also made it easier in a few other places for our notification controller. The S3 event, again, we look at that already. Subscription confirmation, I actually renamed that from subscription manager. What I'm trying to do as I've been making this refactor is make the code more declarative rather than imperative, which means that we talk about the what rather than the how, and the what in this case is the subscription confirmation, and it has this method approve. We're approving that confirmation that we receive through. Notification spec, we had to obviously refactor all of our tests once we changed that payload, and the other last thing that's in here is we had to add our Google Chrome labs.github.io to our list of ignore hosts, and that's because when I was running some of the tests, Selenium WebDrivers was Chrome browser that was loading there was trying to fetch any updates, see whether there was updates that needed, and VCR does not want to capture those, it needs to ignore them. And that's the code that I've done so far. I think I'm going to commit that. The problem is it's a bit of a mixed bag of things. I think I will open up a new terminal window here and just do I could add these as separate commits. I think for this is a project with just me in it, it's one commit. I'm just going to commit with a single commit, and I'll do a bit of I'll focus primarily on the refactor SNS notification controller. Yeah, I'll do it now. We'll push that up. That text is particularly small, and I'm not quite happy with that. Terminal font size. Also, that feels quite large. The 13 feels weird. We'll try 14 and see. It's just that looks particularly large. We'll see how we get on with that. Okay. Now, what we'll also do is we'll just run all of our specs before they will pass. We've got 4 pending tests here, and the rest are all passing. That's good. Now, let's see. What do we want to deal with? So, I don't particularly like the name of this, but I'm not going to spend too much time bike shedding the name of this controller. For now, I think it makes sense. It's good enough. We have our transcription. We're finding the S3 event and we're updating. I kind of want to turn this into something else at some point, like transcription result. I think one of the things I really need to do here at this point probably is get the config right for this dispatch, which again is another name that I'm not quite happy with right now. transcriber, transcriptor. The other option here is that I could put this. There's not really that much going on here. Some of this probably could exist on the transcription itself. This is interesting actually, because this recording.file key and this active storage blob service bucket name actually this feels like more of a thing for recording itself. Like the recording as an S3 URL. And so it feels like actually recording.s3 URL makes more sense here rather than that, in which case transcription recording.s3 URL probably makes more sense there. So that's a small quick refactor to move this into a place that makes more sense. This shouldn't have been dealing with that, and there's probably other things that will care about the S3 URL for that file. I'll move that in there. And again, like, there's a lot going on here, but actually I don't know if I need the transcription dispatch. This could just go in here. Now I'm cautious of making this file too large. I don't want extra large classes. Start transcription. Transcription.start. And the idea here is I don't actually need that then. And also it simplifies a lot of this because that just becomes recording.s3 URL. Which actually I could have done before. I think I'm going to do that for now, because I think this makes more sense. And also what I can do here is actually these two bits of code are very related. They correlate to each other. Because actually this recording ID, this is the transcription job name, and that transcription job name is no, hang on. The transcription output key here is what we get here. And actually this directly relates to this bit of code here. And so these two make sense. I actually feel like these make more sense together. Find by S3 key. I'm actually much more comfortable with these two bits of code being sat next to each other rather than having dispatch over here and something else elsewhere. our dispatch job can then just call transcription dot not translate, transcription dot start. And actually this then starts to make sense as like start transcription job. Before I do that, let's just roll back, because here this is where we've got something interesting going on. So we have our dispatch. This calls our dispatch transcription job. Our dispatch transcription job then calls transcription start, which is this method here. And I think for now we'll just, after create commit, we start. I don't know if I need the whole job framework right now. I'm probably going to have to refactor that at some point. But I think we'll go with it for now, and then we'll kind of kick out some of that stuff. We have a transcription, we can find it by the S3, and we can start the transcription. Start kicks off the transcription job and updates the transcription of its status. And then I think what I can also do here is change this to the transcription ID, but I'll do that later. I think that makes more sense later. If we just take a look at our code, what did we do? We deleted this file. We added our S3 URL method to the recording itself. And we moved the start code into the transcription. And we got rid of the dispatch class as well. And I think this makes sense for now. We've got to be careful of this transcription model becoming too large, but I actually think for this situation, for what this is doing, because this actually starts the asynchronous job, this is kind of the equivalent to us calling active job and starting queuing a job. In fact, it literally says start transcription job here. And so even though it's not handled by the active job, like jobs backend, we can consider it a asynchronous job that we're doing. And I think that's why it felt a bit verbose to have to go active job, another class, or call transcription, like all of this, like start calls a job, start job, which calls start, which starts a job, was a bit much. So this actually makes more sense, I think. And obviously we have our config here. I can move some of that into a private method, perhaps, which could just be transcription. That's not really what I was thinking. Params. I was kind of thinking like that. So then you can just read it as, okay, we create a new client, we start a transcription job with the transcription params, we update it, get the response back for the status. And then we can grab the transcription params that are down here. This feels a bit like a bit of a smell at the moment. I wonder if we do Rails C, if we can get the like recording.last file.blob dot class dot bucket or service bucket dot name. I don't know if that's better or worse. Basically what we're doing there is we are doing recording dot file dot blob. And what this might help with is if for some reason we had this file in a different thing, perhaps rather than doing all of that, what I can do is kind of in here def like bucket name, and just call it S3 bucket name. And so we'll just store that in the S3 bucket name. We'll simplify some of that code for us. Because the recording exists in an S3 bucket. I wonder as well, actually, like, I don't know, just do S3 bucket, because then the dot name can be S3 bucket, can just be like dot name, recording S3 bucket name, or maybe we just call it recording bucket name. And that gets the file blob service bucket. I think that makes sense. A little cleaner. I kind of feel like I want output key to be s3 event.key, just to make it clear that, like, hey, this output key here is that, like, we started a job with this, and then we get an event about that output. And in order to get the recording ID, the other way of doing this might be to have like some sort of def ID from output key. Helper. And then we could just do s3 event.key. So the recording ID is the ID from output key. And again, I feel like actually this co-locates some of this stuff closer together. Well, like, okay, there's an output key. And we start the job. Quite happy with that refactoring. Let's just do git add. Commit those. Factor. Refactor. Job. US transcribe. Start. That'll do. Okay, next on here is we are passing a bunch of config here, and we want to do something different with that. So we need to find AWS transcribe docs. Developer guide or API reference. I never remember which one's going to be the best here. I think it's probably going to be the API reference actually. I think I did that every time. We call the start transcription job. And here we are. Identify multiple languages. Well, what are we passing at the moment? At the moment we pass a language code. Is this required? Language code. So I think we can call identify language rather than the fixed code. In the future, we'll add a feature where you can set the language code for your recording and we'll take it from there, but for now we'll identify the language as true. And that makes sense now as well to have this transcription params builder, because we'll need that. We might even make that its own class at some point to make that kind of simpler, but we'll see. Identify language true. These are the required params. So we've got our transcription job name, we've got our media file URI, and we're passing one of those. We're passing our region as well. And so that's all. I've just noticed my camera's died again. That's so annoying. I'm going to be right back as well, I think. So while I do that, I'll log in here. That was the wrong Myra account that I needed to log in with. Oof. Yeah. Let's go. PRB. Yes, Myra assistant. Cool. I will be right back. I'm back and the camera still doesn't work, so I need to figure that little detail out. Ugh, that's annoying. Does this work? No, so the GoPro webcam software, that's me, has gone wrong. It's gone wrong. Keeps going wrong. Let's have a think and see. Well, that's me, but that's an application that's sat on the screen. And I can't have that there in the way the whole time. So perhaps if I change this to camera. That's me from a different angle. And now you've got two of me. That might just be how you get me for a little while. Because I don't think that I can get the GoPro app to reload the... I don't even get OBS to reload the list of cameras. Oh, this might be what you get, which is going to be very confusing because your camera's there, chat's all over there, and so when I'm chatting here, what you're going to get is the back of my head. But while I'm coding, I suppose what you get is a side view profile that looks something like this. I'll just move that camera, my laptop, like there. And you'll have to excuse the fact that the mic is in the way. We'll go with it. We'll work with what we got. I need to sort out the camera settings because it's a mess. So just check that's all still working. Yeah, I guess that'll do. What can we do, eh? What was we up to? We just finished refactoring our transcription, and we started looking at the transcription job params because one of the things that we would like to do is do diarization. And so we've set this speakers. Show speaker labels. Speaker partitioning. Settings object. Show speaker labels enables diarization or speaker partitioning. New transcription output. Speaker partitioning labels the speech from individual speakers in the media file. If you enable this, you must also include the max speaker labels. Now here's an interesting challenge. I don't know how many speakers there should be in this podcast. I'm gonna have to figure that out. And we'll hard code it for now, but that's going to have to be when we create a recording, we're going to have to add in how many speakers, what's the maximum number of speakers. It's max, not min. So perhaps we should just see what it suggests. Maximum value is 10. And so this is all in the settings. So I think there's a thing called settings. And then show speaker labels true. Let's just set it to 10 for now. I don't think we need alternatives. Let's see what we've got. Channel identification. We only have one. We're only going to process one audio. Or all of the channels together. We're not going to identify different channels of audio. I guess this might be useful if you had different microphones for different speakers and each speaker was on a different channel. If it was like a proper podcast with you had the full audio. I don't think our audio has that. I think our audio is generally one channel. We'll see. Not going to show any alternatives. We don't need max alternatives. This could be interesting. I don't think we need to do alternatives just yet. Vocabulary filter words, we don't need that. Vocabulary name, we don't need that. Right, so back to here, and just check that the that is set correctly. So it's settings there. Don't think we need subtitles. We don't need the formats of subtitles. That's something we probably do want to consider at some point. But I think we're going to have to create the subtitles ourselves based on the raw data, because if we're going to edit the transcription that gets edited then has to apply the subtitles that apply on the audio or the video that gets played. And so that makes sense. I think for now that probably is that. We've made our changes there so that we are going to go the speaker labels. Now that we've done that, we're going to have to replay some of these, destroy some of these meetings that I've created in the past. This one was our old one. We're going to create a new remote Ruby live at Rails World 1.3. Create a meeting. I'm going to choose our file, I'm going to upload it, create the recording, generate the transcription. It says in progress. We can probably check the console. It's going to ask me to sign in, up screen. I'm going to clipboard and up. Done that, come back. We're going to look on Amazon Transcribe. We see that it's in progress. 18 matches up to the recording ID, not the meeting ID, and actually it needs to match up to the transcription ID. If the transcription ID was is the actual one, like if we decide to delete this transcription and retranscribe it, that's obviously going to be where that happens. Something as well to think about when we start thinking about costs there and how we bill for this. It's the per transcription that costs us, and that's something that we're going to need to consider. If people delete their transcriptions and try to transcribe it again, we're not charging them per meeting recording that they upload, we're charging them per transcription, if we take that approach. And actually, if you delete the recording, like maybe you shouldn't be able to delete the transcription, you just delete the recording, and that deletes all the data associated with the recording, including the transcription. So there actually isn't an option, I don't think, right now to delete just the transcription. You have to delete the recording. So that makes sense. At the moment, the ID matching to the recording is probably okay. It says there's speaker partitioning there, which is what we wanted, which means that bit worked. We're going to refresh this and just check for a little bit while we wait for this transcription to happen. We should also see in our code here one of the problems with the microphone being there is it's blocking my screen. One of the things we should see in here is we should get a notification from SNS when our meeting has been finished transcribing. And that transcription file should end up in S3, and we should get a notification about that file being added to our S3 bucket. And we should see the logs for that down here. This can take a few minutes, so we're waiting for that to happen. And in the meantime, let's take a look at what else we can check. Cool, okay. So we've got our transcription, belongs to recording. After we create If we commit, create that transcription, we start the recording, start the transcription. And that will update the status. And then there's the params for that transcription. Method error ID from output key. An undefined method in transcription class here. Because this is in the so this needs to be self dot. Is that gonna work? The file has been uploaded. We're noticing an error here now though that the there we go. And good. Cool. Yeah, so one of the issues there was that this self.findBy S3 event is a class method, and this ID from output key therefore also has to be a class method, and this wasn't. And this kind of messes up a little bit with this idea that these two things sit next to each other. But now I think this is okay. I'm going to accept that. It's a bit of a thing. I want to take a look now that it's in progress, now it's complete. Let's see this. And that is still in there. But I want to see some more information about that particular transcription. And so I'm going to look at the transcription data here. Status, if there is transcription data, it just shows you that. I'm going to change that to dig, and I'll have it results transcripts 0 transcript rather than that bit. That should be the same. Yep. But what I'm going to do here is perhaps just take a look at, well, let's see, transcript. Yeah. But before we do that, perhaps we show. Also, we're going to add our class sort of below here. Just so the paragraphs are all separated. Transcription dot data. We got our job name, our account ID, our status. We got our results. And really, I think what I want to do here is take all of this. There's a lot going on here. See all those speaker label information, when people started speaking, stopped speaking, and it's a very, very big. You can see the scroll bar on the side. Somewhere here, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up. It's there. Well, that's a quite hard one to spot when. There we go. So there's the end of that file. Let's just take a look and format that document. That's going to take a little while for VS Code to fill out. And it seems to believe that there's someone who's a US speaker, someone who's a it identified a few different languages for some reason in the document. Australian, New Zealand, Ireland. I don't know what N-WL is. But I think it went with language code NUS in the end. So we've got these start and end times of segments. When I've looked at this before, there was also like some bit where it this is what we need to figure out. Like, we've got all of this data about who said what when and what order and who was speaking. There is a like per word version, I believe, as well. Yeah, this bit. Oh, those are also including alternative. So like content rate. At a certain point, and this is such a hard file to pass. VS Code isn't particularly great at processing some of that information. So let's just see if we can stick it into const data equals that, paste, and in fact, actually looking at this uses the rocket equals the hash, and so Jason dot string Ruby JSON stringify. Is it JSON stringify or is it something else? Generate. I know we've got JSON.parse. Okay, generate. And then we'll comment out this for now. Just so that we've got our meeting data in a format that more easily. Scroll to the bottom, grab that, and then we can mess around with it in here. Data equals that, and now we can actually explore the data. A bit of a UI that is a little bit cleaner for dealing with this. So everything's stored in results. We then have items, transcripts, speaker labels. So what's an example of a speaker label? Segment. Just look at the first few segments. Each segment has a speaker label, a start time, an end time, and items itself. An example of one of those items is another like start stop time, which is interesting. So that's speaker labels. It says there's 8 speakers in here. We said that it could be maximum of 10. Decided 8 was what it was going to go with. We've got language identification. We looked at that earlier as well. We've got items, and we've also got transcript. Now let's take a look at items. Items gives us a type, pronunciation, punctuation. It also gives us alternatives, and then it tells us what it thinks that content was, which is interesting. And then we've got transcripts down here, which is just the one big blob of text, is the transcript. It feels like result items is probably what we want, since we have speaker label here. We also get start and end time. We get start and end time, and we also get the content. Is pronunciation, have, and this should match up pretty much. Is have you any? which is not the right transcription for this podcast's opening. But yeah, so let's see. I guess what would be useful here is to just kind of look at that. And perhaps write a bit of a code loop over this information. And I don't know what we're doing yet, but yeah, let's just write transcription data dot big results items. That's an array. And let's just do for each of the items. And then item got big so for each item we've got the speaker label, speaker text, item big, alternatives 0 content. And we're going to kind of just miss the type and the start and the end time. We're just kind of gonna show who said what when in a list. And actually I wonder if I should do like definition list DL definition term DT definition data DD, I think. We've got an ad in a few minutes time. I'm running ads on here just every hour, 3 minutes, just so that there are no pre-roll ads on Twitch. So we'll pause a little bit and make sure I won't go too far while the ads are running. Got a couple more minutes until that starts. Let's see. On speaker, class equals strong, I think for now. Or like, is it text bold or something? Let's see. There we go. That's actually fairly close, and kind of what we want to do here is just merge all of these speaker zeros together. And this is supposed to say, do you have any remote idea or something? That's kind of the remote Ruby introduction. It's not font, is it font bold? Tailwind? I don't lose that one because that's the one we're doing that stuff in. Bold, font weight, font bold, not text bold, do that. Obviously this is a very long file. You know what's going on here. And let's see, can we kind of want to reduce this in a way. And let's just give this to ChatGPT. I'll open up ChatGPT. How can I reduce the items so that gives me, like this code gives me something that looks like this. How can I reduce the items so that reduced items, so becomes one thing, like I kind of got I've got a few ideas on how I'd want to do this, but this is saying to iterate through them, kind of append it. Well, that's not quite what I need. I kind of, if speaker 1 speaks again after speaker 2 or 3, then that should be a new passage from that speaker. And what I'm trying to do here is explore the code a little bit, get a bit of a feel for what we want to do here with this information, and we will test it as well. We'll run some tests. But I'm trying to understand the layout of the land, I suppose, before we get into that. Yeah, it's going to be something like that, isn't it? Like messages, like current message. Does like about reduce instead of each? Do we have that? Like on JavaScript, I would write kind of a reduce method, and then just look at the previous. I don't necessarily need to accumulate a value across elements of the collection. Yeah, it is a bit of a cool. So I think I've just finished, but I'll update quickly. So just asked this query from ChatGPT. Kind of, we're just exploring a little bit of the data structure here and the layout. Right now I'm trying to work out what the best approach is going to be for formatting some of this information. When we looked at our closed Miro for some reason, but if we go back to Miro, go back to Must a Minute, then one of the things that we talked about doing in this layout was that we have a transcription, we've got transcription entries, and what we're trying to do is working out these transcription entries. We're kind of create the transcription entries from our transcription through this bit here. And this is what we've got at the moment, and really this isn't what we want. We want everything that speaker 1 said in this one entry to be one entry. So this would be speaker 1 entry here up until speaker 2 spoke, and that would be speaker 1 entry. And that's the plan there. Like all of that stuff would become one entry that we can track. And I think we're going to have to require a little bit more complex logic here. And so I think we're going to do it for now in transcription. It's not going to live here, but def entries, we're going to move it out of here, but for now this will do. We'll grab this transcription. We know it's in the items. It's like data items each. Do item and entries can be an empty array. And so what this is saying here is we kind of have messages, which is our entries in our case. Let's do a current speaker is nil. Current content is an empty string. Speaker equals item.dig speaker label. Content is item.dig. I'm just copying the code here. Alternatives 0 content. And that gives us that. If the speaker is not equal to the current speaker and the current content isn't empty, messages the current speaker and the content is the current content, and the current content equals empty string, and the current speaker comes the speaker, and the current content plus equals content. And add the last message if there is any. So obviously this doesn't run on the very last run, and so we only want to run that unless, like, add that message into messages unless it's empty. In our case it's entries. I don't like this code, but I'm going to go with it, and we'll see it and refactor it and figure it out. It kind of makes sense. We've got a bunch of entries. We've got our current speaker, which is nil, no one's spoken yet. Our current content, which is empty because no one's spoken yet. Then we go for each of the items in the results. For each item, we grab the speaker label, so that's the speaker. We grab the content, like the entry said, and content. If the speaker is not equal to the current speaker and there is current content, then we've changed speaker, and therefore we need to add that entry into our entries, in which case we do that there, and then we set current content back to empty. And then before the end of the loop, we set the speaker to the speaker. Now, If that was already the same speaker, we're setting it to the same, it's fine. If it's a new speaker, then we're updating it. We're also adding in the content this person said into current content, and at the very end, once they've said everything, so we'll save that there. And then what we can do here is we can do something like transcription.entries.each entry, entry.big entry speaker, and then this can be entry, and this is content. And so that cleans that up a little bit. We refresh this. Content missing. We had an error somewhere. What was the problem? This there's a random row bracket there. Still a problem. Transcription.entries.each. Are we even returning entries from our transcription? Do that. I don't know if we have to return entries like that because yeah, we did. Gonna get rid of that for a second. For each entry, there are all these entries showing. So this is speaker, and this is content because now they're in there like that. We don't need that bit, that's going to cause an error. And a random rogue there as well. And one of the things I've also noticed is on our transcription, we need to make sure we add a space when we're adding all of this stuff together. And then let's take a look at this. What have we got here? So we've got is have you any, and obviously that's speaker 0 is the speaker 0 is the jingle that you've got when you first open it, when you first listen to the podcast. Speaker 1, we're live at the Real World After Party. Yeah, we can close the door and we're out. Chris, our least popular co-host. It's true. We're with our most famous co-host, Andy D. Kroll. There's no. Oh. Got down. Just bear a second, ladies and gentlemen. Ordering. So there's something that happens here that causes the transcription to go a little bit weird, awry. I think that's because it looks like Chris enters the room at this point. So there's obviously a lot of background noise. And then, what was your favourite part of Underworld World? Not having to fly across the Atlantic. This one. And obviously there's a couple of bits where it's got this wrong, but you can kind of start to see that actually some of these speakers are kind of, there is a difference in some of those speakers, and there's a kind of overlap in some of those. If I turn that down really quiet, it's still quite loud.
live at the
Yes.
Rails World after party. Yeah, we can close the door.
Yeah.
And we're without
Chris.
our least popular co-host.
That is true. He is the least popular.
We are with our new most famous co-host, Andy Kroll.
So there's a lot of different people speaking at this point. And at this point, there's like a jingle played and sound clips.
And I'm going to be spare. 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, award-winning Ruby developer Chris Oliver.
Keep it muted.
We did it. We made it.
Cheers.
Finally.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Andy, what was your favorite part of old Rails World?
It was just lovely to not have to fly across the Atlantic.
And it knows here that that's a new speaker.
Or indeed organize one myself. So like,
Yeah, right.
I can just attend this one.
Yeah, just enjoy it.
You two spoke, which is
It's all right.
it's all right. You find you can only chaps can find it stressful.
Yeah.
I'm amazed Andrew's made it to this much of the conference.
Thank you, I think.
Is that
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Is that time zones working in your favor? Is that
Me and sleep don't really get along anyway, so I feel fine. I feel like I'm in my prime right now.
He brought a Prime.
I did bring a Prime because I thought I was going to
States.
flex on the kids here. Just so you know, I get Prime.
So one thing it seems to do quite
Yeah, I was gonna
often
say, the
is
youngest member, he
like
probably
sometimes it does
understands
this
TikTok.
like YouTube.
I don't have a
like,
TikTok.
Is it
this
called
word
a
so
TikTok?
at the end
I
of
don't-
speaker
I
free
mean,
is
maybe
actually
you're wrong.
It's called
TikTok.
Mr.
Speaker Zero.
TikTok.
I don't have Mr. TikTok, but I do like Mr. Robot.
That was a good show.
Yeah,
It's a
it was
great
good.
show.
Chris, you were going to say something.
Oh,
So have you
It's been
caved
a
in
long 2
anyone's
days.
skull with your heavy award yet?
no, I don't actually. I think Brooke took it back to the
Oh, did she? Okay.
to the hotel, but now we got to figure out how to get that giant check home.
You have to take the
I
giant
want to
check
take
home.
it home.
No.
I got it.
Yeah,
So you can
I
take it home.
I was going to say, it will match the stripe one. You have
I'm
to
gonna
have
end
two.
up with a wall of giant checks at home. Is it weird that we're recording in person again?
Feels natural.
Yes, for me.
We're gonna fly all.
Yeah, it is different having Andy here.
It's weird having your voices live in my ears.
Yeah.
It's a bit more annoying, isn't it?
Can't pause you, unfortunately, which is
Yeah.
That's quite cool. We now have those entries showing up in our app, kind of broken down by speaker. We're still a long way, but we're kind of making progress that's starting to see visible, which is exciting. We obviously want to be able to edit this and do stuff with this at this point. So we've got our transcription, but now we kind of really need to store some of this data in our own entries and actually kind of map this and process this accordingly. And I think to do that, we're going to have to create some sort of like transcription result. And then that transcription result class is then going to turn these into the transcription entries that are actually persisted in the database and are editable, each one of those individually. And yeah, I think it's quite cool to see it broken down like this. It's obviously much better than what we had before, which was just the original transcription. This is the same as the original transcription. It's now broken down by speaker. And we've got this code here that's kind of converting that into those entries. This entries will still exist, but it won't be in this method. It will be a actual list of active record entries. And those active record entries will be editable and kind of changeable in the database is the plan. But this is kind of a rough, crude first version. And I think since this does kind of work, let's just see what we've done. We've kind of made some changes here, and let's just see what we've got. We can delete this now. If there is transcription data, we show the entries, map over them. Not sure what's going on here, why this is taking a while to show some of these files. Perhaps because there's a lot going on in the background. Let's close VS Code and open VS Code again and see if that jogs it up a bit. Wow, that's working now. we can look at our code here. We can see what we've changed. We added our entries. We updated our config to allow diarization, showing the speaker labels. And we also added our fix there for that. And then we also map through those speaker entries to show those speakers. Let's commit that. So we'll add that as a new show speaker labels for partition speakers. Essentially what they call it in AWS when they do that. We'll also put music back on since I paused it while we were listening to that podcast entry and seeing what those transcriptions look like on there. Cool. Let's see. Okay, now what do we want to do here? We can close this. We can close that. I don't think we need this. I mean, this does show us what else is in here, so we'll leave that open for now. We'll close that, and we'll leave that open. Okay. Got all of our speakers, we've got our text in there. I think we're gonna need to let's take a look at this again. This is really the core of where we're at right now. It would be nice to store some additional data. We've got the speaker and the content. I think it would make sense to have like the start speaking time and end speaking time. Or even in the entry, collect all of the items. But that's all stuff we could add later. It's such a, the bit that I'm most concerned about here is it's such a long file. It's so long, as in there's so much in here, and processing each one of these entries on this big blob of JSON that I'm having to kind of condense down is going to be an interesting challenge. And I feel like there's an interesting thing here as well. Like, there's some stuff here which is just like, Speaker 7 probably said thank you for being on the show. But AI could probably improve some of this stuff as well. But anyway, I'm spitballing future plans, ideas there, the stuff we can do. And improve the quality of some of this transcription. But where do we go next? What would be quite cool is to... I mean, there's a few different ideas we can go to. And this is where it's like, do we could take what we've got, accept that it's not quite perfect, but we're just not going to be able to edit it. And we could send all of this to OpenAI and say, okay, generates me some meeting minutes based on this. We could do speaker tagging. We've got speakers 0 to 7 or 8, whatever it was. We could tag the speakers and say, okay, this is that speaker, this is this speaker. There's a quick version of that, and then there's also a more long-term version of that, which we're probably going to need to consider at some point. We could focus in on the ability to actually edit these entries and store them in the database as per entry. At the moment, they're all just stored in a big blob of JSON. Every time we want to show this list, we have to extract, parse, map through the big blob of JSON, and that will take some time for each request. But once it's cached, it's fine, so it's probably not a huge issue. Yeah. Now let's just take a look again at our map here that we had. So we had about this idea that there would be an entry in the transcription, and each transcription would have an utterance which is spoken by a speaker, which has a participant. I don't know if we need all of those models now that I'm looking at it. Like, why does the entry just not have a speaker as a participant? We've also not created our participants yet. That's a whole other part of the application that we'll have to build at some point to allow us to define a bunch of people, participants in the meeting. And we've got our entry. For our entry, what do we say down here? We've got our entry which has a timestamp and a meeting ID. Then we've got our utterance which has the body of the utterance, speaker ID and the entry ID, and then we've got our participant ID on the speaker. I don't think we need all of this when we map this out. Oh, this is why we have this, because we're also going to have this idea of markers. So entry is it's actually an utterance that we've got right now in this original model. This is because I remember why we mapped out all of this stuff now, because utterances will have speaker underscore 0, speaker underscore 1. And if I want to map speaker 1, all of the things that speaker 1 said to a specific person, we've got this separate transcription speaker that does the mapping from 0 to whatever for this particular meeting, for this particular transcription. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Do wonder about creating the speaker mapping. I feel like we've got to this stage, and now we've got several different scopes of work that we could start to explore. And what we probably want to do is map those scopes out, and then plan how we move forward from that point. And this is one of the most important things. It's around prioritizing and focusing on the work and the goals that we're trying to set ourselves here. So let's just move this off to the right of the screen, show our code and stuff on the left, and I think we'll have something like this. So what can we do? We could do the speaker mapping. That's kind of one scope of work, actually. And speaker mapping would involve us mostly creating this model here, the transcription speaker, where we are going to map for a specific transcription. We would map speaker underscore 0, SPK underscore 0 for a person's name. That doesn't have to be this participants model for now. We don't have to worry about that. That could be a separate thing. It could just be a string that's just like Bob, Jason, person's name for that particular meeting. I think that'll probably be it. The other thing that I could do up there is like participants, meeting participants. And that would involve creating the participants model, really. Because these are kind of mapping one-to-one to models right now, but it's not necessarily how that would work. The reason for storing this stuff here, transcription entry and transcription utterance, would be to make the make it editable. Transcription editing would be a scope, like, and transcription editing is slightly separate from speaker mapping. But one of the things we could do in transcription editing is changing like the actual relationship of the utterance to a particular speaker. But in this world, we're talking about changing it from speaker 0 to speaker 1 or speaker 1 to speaker 8, as opposed to speaker 1 to Bob, because that's dealt with by the speaker mapping. Transcription marker, marking transcription. Is really dependent on this idea of like meeting agenda. And so what we'll do is quick map. So we'll say, okay, to do marking transcriptions, like actually this helps this. Meeting participants does somewhat help speaker mapping. This needs to be done for this to happen. No. Just in that line out. It's fine. Solid line or a dashed line. Dashed line's fine. Meeting participants, meeting agenda are separate from one another. So we could tackle one of those, either of those separately in whichever order we want. Having the participants in the meeting probably does help with speaker mapping, essentially. I question whether it's actually a necessary requirement, whether we can carve it out for now. It helps, but it's a tiny amount with it helping. Speaker mapping, does that feel completely separate from transcription editing? Somewhat, yeah. I feel like there's a clear boundary line of separation there, where it's just like when we have the utterances in there, that maps to a speaker. So somewhat, yeah, like it probably helps for us to do this. And transcription editing is really this core part of like, can we get the transcription into transcription entries, into transcription utterances? And the reason for building up this flow like this is so that we can do the transcription marker later on, which is this bit. But really it feels like we do this. I'm not sure we need this. I think we can try and avoid it. If we need to build it at the same time, we'll see. The agenda I think I can probably leave till last. Marking transcriptions. The other bit that's interesting here, the meeting agenda, is the reason we were doing this whole marking transcriptions concept anyway was partly to defeat the problems of context limits. And OpenAI just brought out a new model with an insane amount of context limit that's like do a 300-page book or something ridiculous. So might not even be needed, which is the pace that some of this stuff's moving is insane. But if it's not needed, do I even need the transcription entry? Can I not just have the utterance and entry as one model? Maybe. Do I potentially want to add other stuff into the transcription? Possibly. So I think this model still makes sense for what we want. And so I think we are kind of at a point where our branch is empty and clean. So I think it's probably time to perhaps create those utterances and entries and stuff. Let's close out some of this. And just check, what do we have in here? So our transcription entry is going to be a timestamp and a meeting ID. So if we were going to make this, we would do Rails G model transcription entry, transcription references. It belongs to a transcription. I know in here the transcription entry has a meeting ID, but actually it belongs to the transcription because we now have transcription as a concept. I don't think we had it when we originally. It says timestamp, and we probably do want that. So maybe that's like when we looked at this, what do we have? We have like end time, start time. So maybe we have start at or time. Start time. Transcription entry, start time, end time. Time. That needs to be like a float or something. The other details here aren't really anything. Like the only thing that really holds is the timestamp so that we can do the ordering. And so I think it is quite important to have the start time in there. Interesting, the concept of it being start time, end time as well. Okay, I'm just going to pause for a moment and be right back. BRB. Yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Bye. I'm back. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. We've got this going on. We're currently trying to map out what order we do this stuff in. We're starting to build out our transcription entry model. This will have a reference to the this will have a reference to it'll come to me in a second. The polymorphic association. Let's just look at that. So polymorphic Rails delegate type. That's what I was trying to think about. It'll have a reference to the delegate type. We have our entry, and we'll have different types of entry. And so we will have a setup that looks somewhat like this. Let's just see what ChatGPT says. Rails generate command for model which uses delegated type. We'll see what it says. Okay, so there's like references polymorphic is there, so we can call it we'll deal with the start time entryable references polymorphic and generate model float. Like the other thing that like time needs to be probably a float or I want a cheat sheet for the model. I don't know if I need a decimal. I can probably break it down into milliseconds or something like that. And just use an integer. And then I'm just dealing with whole numbers. Kind of similar to timestamp, I suppose. Don't want date and time. think it's easier to work with the integer. So like start at integer, and that's going to work that out. There's a big so we've got a Rails generate model, transcription entry, transcription references. So it references transcription. It references the entryable, which is polymorphic, and it has a start time, which is going to be an integer. I think that's probably enough to get in there. At the beginning, unknown file attribute or why? 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 What if my generate command look like focus is a little bit off this it's now using squiggly brackets rather than the smooth brackets, which is interesting. I guess we can try that. Okay. What did it try to do there? Let's just see what it's going to try and do. Creates a conflict. But it's in... What did it try and do to our transcription model? It just set a table name prefix, and that was it. So we don't want that. But it did create our transcription entry application record. We do want. It created our transcription entries table, which references our transcription, which references the entryable, and it has our start time. We might end up not having this as a... does it make sense to have this namespace here? I kind of think it makes sense because I feel like transcription is like one big feature of our application, and then another feature of our application is the minute generation, and another feature of our application is our agenda point tool. So those feel like three distinct sets, and it feels like actually the core is the transcription, but everything below is just dealt with accordingly. And so I think it makes sense at the moment to namespace them. That's our spec. We'll deal with the specs later. Still kind of mocking this out at this point. Yeah, and if I do Rails DB migrate, what we'll end up with is a schema, entries. Cool. The next thing that we want to do is we'll also Rails G model transcription utterance. This will similar to what this had before. This won't have a references because it'll have belongs to, but it will have this delegated type entryable in there with its type set to transcription entry. My entry class is transcription utterance and transcription marker. And we'll let it come up with that as well. But let's just check our thing down here. We said, and actually at some point I've deleted it, it's here. The utterance has the body and the speaker. It translates that into a speaker ID. I feel like keeping those kind of separate. That this just yeah, I'm not sure on that one yet. We'll see. Utterance has a body, you know, body of text, and what does they call it? Transcription and like speaker label, I think probably for now makes sense, and we can just carry that through, and we might discard it at some point. We might drop that column, we'll do something else with it. We'll do it when that comes to it. Utterance, yeah, fine. And according to here, the utterance just has the body. It'll have at some point the it doesn't have the entry ID because it's a polymorphic relationship with delegate type, but this holds the ID, this doesn't. And then it won't have a speaker ID just yet. We're not building that part of the feature out. We're building the body. It will have a speaker label. Yeah, I think that makes sense. No, don't do that. Skip that one. We know what you're going to do. And Rails VB migrate. Okay, and then what we'll look at is we'll take a look at our entry, and it says it belongs to that. That's not true. What we actually want here is that it's a delegated type. Called entryable, and it has a transcription utterance as its type. I guess I can't use the other thing because it's got the colons in there. That's its type, transcription utterance. And then in our utterance, we have as one entry as entryable. And then it will have one transcription through the entry. So utterance has a transcription through the entry, and then it can go up through the tree like that. And cool. So we should be able to go into our Rails console. We should be able to go like transcription Entry. Entry is a transcription utterance .new. The body is blah, and the speaker label is speaker 0. Unknown attribute entry. Or entryable. Entry dot utterance. I wonder if I can, if I reload that. When I create, it will save it. Entry dot utterance. Entry dot save. Transcription utterance dot destroy all. Transcription entry. In the active record here, it suggests that the way you would create one of these is you would create it with it new. Okay. Dot create where the entryable is a transcription utterance new. Body, hello. The speaker label, speaker 0. Didn't mean to do that, but hey ho. Transcription must exist. Yeah, okay. Transcription be transcription.last. E equals transcription entry.last. E dot utterance ID. Transcription utterance you have to do the whole transcription utterance. from the entry, can I use the class name transcription utterance, but have it refer to just utterance? I don't want to have to, you know. Because, so what's going on? Yeah, I can do that, I suppose. What about delegate? I use alias or something? I suppose it makes more sense here. I suppose if we actually look at what the code is doing, can actually look at the code easily here. I want to show the source code. That is where it is. I'm just go to github.com/rails/rails active record. Okay. There we go. This is all the docs for that whole thing. There's the module. So when we call delegate type, what it actually does is set up a belongs to relationship, and it also defines these delegate type methods with the role and the type and the options. Okay, the primary key, the foreign type, foreign key. Types are defined there. And each, it grabs the scope name, singularizes them. And so if I was going to actually create like a map here, I'd have to do all of these. I'd have to. So I think transcription utterance is fine for now. We've got an entry, we're getting the transcription utterance. That's fine. And the entry is in there. Fine. One thing I will do is on here is have endent. If I destroy the entry, then it should destroy the transcription itself. Also should now have many entries, and if you delete the transcription, it should delete the entry, which should then delete utterance, the entryable, which destroys the utterance. If I go in here, reload, we're going to grab last entry. Maybe I misspelled pendant here. Yeah, I did. Pendant. Make sure it was all stored properly. Reload. Grab that last one. E.destroy. and then I shouldn't have any utterances either. No, they're all gone. Now, the next thing that I kind of want to do is have a transcription result class, which is going to assist all of this stuff. Result being class description result, and what that will do is we'll this is really where we're dealing with our webhook controller. At the moment we do this and we update this and pass this file. And we'll have an attr reader to read the data. Maybe for now we'll move that logic into here. We are going to need to store that in here where it's going to end up belonging. So for now, let's just do that. And I think what we can do for now is if we look at our transcription itself, when we call entries, what we do is we can just do that. Effectively what we've done. We get that bit of code. And if we refresh, it should still work exactly the same. Yes. Cool. And then what we can do. Actually, I quite like this transcription being tied to the recording because it means that there's no way of deleting the transcription. You have to delete the recording. But if you somehow manage to get the transcription to run again for a recording, then it would. That does this now. Transcription is going to be in here. What we do here that's interesting. It needs to know the result is taking in the data, that's currently the file, but it now needs to know the transcription that this file relates to. Is there data in the big blob of JSON? There is job name. So we could just grab it from the job name. We actually don't need to look at the thing, we can just grab the job name. That makes more sense. We've got the job name. We can grab it from there. So using the job name, data.dig job name dot split. Grab the second part. Transcription ID is that. Depth transcription. find the transcription based on the transcription ID. Those make sense to me. They feel like potentially private methods. That is kind of what I want. We are going to loop through each of the entries, and for each entry we are going to create the entry as a new entryable with that utterance. We're not filling out start time right now, whatever we call that field. I need to go back and check, but I think this is like utterances. Utterance. This utterance here isn't quite right because this should be speaker label and this should be body, which is going to break here. So that's now utterances, and it's going to break our transcription because that should now be, that's still entries I think, but this should be speaker label and this should be body. That's still entries mapped there. One of the things that I kind of want to do in here, I guess I need to probably tidy up some of this. Yeah, this is a big blob of code right now. I need to kind of tidy that up. This is actually the recording ID. And this is find by recording ID. Because it's the recording ID that we use in the transcription. And so that's what we need to use to find this by. Again, I don't particularly like how that's a detail that is carrying through the code. Speakers make current speaker. Don't like how long this method is. This method feels like it's doing a whole bunch of stuff. Let's just throw it in ChatGPT, see what it says. How can I improve this? Group by kind of is what I want, or chunk while. Yeah, actually, it's interesting. One of those would be quite good if they do what I want them to do. Are we only using the data? Yeah, yeah. Might not need to expose it as a reader. Yeah, the data only used here. It's used in a couple of places. I think tend to do that because it's just easier, but those are the only two places it was used. Just add the @ symbol in front of it. Handling of the save method. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to wrap that in a transaction. That would be nice if that does what I want. Ruby chunk while. ELT before, ELT after. Each can be called as follows. Yeah, that makes sense. What did they say here? They said kind of build utterance group entry, and it's taking the group of utterances. That makes a lot more sense. That is a lot cleaner. What was the other thing it suggested to use here? And this is kind of what I was looking for. Group by. Ruby. Group by. Group by probably isn't what I want, because group by is gonna wanna, it's like all of the speakers 0, regardless of where they are, is gonna be in the thing. But actually, method split using each chunk using adjacent elements. Better arguments instead of I and J. So let's comment this out. What we're saying here is we can do def utterances, and that is going to be the at data.dig results items, and we're going to chunk it, and then we're going to map to each group. And we're gonna like build utterance entry. Utterance entry for that group. And actually, I can probably just create the new utterances there, right? Like this could be transcription.new. With the speaker label being the group first dig. Grabbing this first speaker label and then joining all of those together. I don't want to do that just yet because I'm using this as well for the other detail, but that's where I think I will refactor this to once it gets to that point. And then we map all of those. So we map the entire group into the content, and then we join those together. And that's probably it for that. Current item, next item. Yeah, I think I'll do that then. Rather than I and J. Current and next. Current. Next. I think this probably makes more sense for this. Next item, because next is a keyword there. Current item. Chunk while the current item and next item. If the current item is the same as the next item when it comes to the speaker label, then chunk them, and then for each of those groups build the utterance entry, which is this, and that should get me a array of grouped utterances. If I refresh this, it should be exactly the same, which it is. I'm going to refresh a few times just to make sure there's no cache or anything. That all looks good. That code looks much cleaner than that does. Let's now do transcription utterance.new. That can be the utterance because now they actually are utterances. Build utterance. I don't know if I want entry there because the entry is kind of a different concept. That will cause this to break. Should do. Ought to. No. Possibly because it's just mapped across to the same way, but we should also be able to do .speaker label now then if they are now utterances that haven't been saved. And if I put something there that's wrong, It's like there is no method body, but there is a method body on the utterance. But actually these are now entries. Which are utterances that are coming from the transcription result. What I won't have in there though is the start time, end time, because they need to store on the entry itself, not the utterance. Pick through the items, chunk them up by their speaker label, and then map them to the build utterance. And then that creates the new utterances, and then save stores all of the entries and creates them. It mentioned, the other thing it mentioned in here that could be improved is to do a transaction, which I think I agree with. Because this is what I was saying earlier, that's a lot going on there, and if something went wrong, that would be a problem. This takes an array, so actually what I can just do is utterances .map. Transcription, transaction do, entries create, map the utterances, the entryable as the utterance. I wonder if I just do make this entries and then make this do root entryable. Kind of don't necessarily like how that's like that. Does that need it? Now I don't have to actually map them, I can just do create entries. Um, perhaps in here I deal with this part, which is transcription new build utterance. And that creates similarity between these two methods that I didn't particularly like before. It's like actually, this is like the entry params kind of thing. Params. Based on that group. This affects this because this is now back to entries, and this affects this because now it's like entries.each and it's now entry.utterance. And that should still be the same. Undefined method utterance. Well. We're getting to the limits of keeping this working the way it is because of the... Oh, it's also entryable now. And also it would be transcription utterance once it's gone through that process of being unique. I don't think that's going to work because of reasons. No, because it's not actually a for now, to make this work, I think what I do is I take entry and I do transcript entries dot build the entry, and I think build won't actually initialize them. That's a lot of entries to be building in a single request, which is why this will be in a job. This needs to be in a job. Process the transcription result and save it. Because apparently it takes a while to create. Who knows how many entries processed them. There's also an error somewhere, I think, by the looks of it. And in line 19, it's a big map. Entries.build. Oh, as many entries. That makes sense. Why that was failing. We have to call it utterances. Utterances each entry speaker label. Does that now work? Refresh this. Does work. And actually, it's pretty quick. 95 milliseconds. It's all local, obviously. It's not something we can rely on, but that's kind of in there. Maintains what we've got. To make sure it's still working. We're kind of constantly working on a state is a working code base. We're never too far away from something that's actually working. When you have a couple of lines of code, change difference between something not working and working. So this is shaping up quite nicely for this class. Our transcription result, we initialize it with our data from S3. We just stick, this doesn't have to be from S3, but it's just the file from AWS Transcribe. We can we grab the items from that JSON file, we chunk them up by their speaker. And then we build the entry params. That gets us our entryable with our new utterance. That builds the utterance params with that group. Then that sets the speaker label and the body for that group. And then there's the option of saving it as well. These are going to go down here into this. Once we've done that, we will Hey Kuro, how's it going? I'm building a app where you can upload meeting recordings and turn them into meeting minutes with some AI and AWS transcribe and stuff like that. So I've only been working on it for probably 16, 17 hours so far. We're doing it in Rails, and so you can go in here, you can create a new meeting, give it a name. Once you've given it a name, you can then upload a file. I'm currently just using a podcast episode from Remote Ruby, and you can upload it. It uploads it into AWS S3 by creating that recording, and then you can ask for transcription, and that's where we're currently at the moment. So this one here, I'm currently working on this transcription, processing and storing that information and putting that into our database so we can build a bit of a transcription editor. And the plan from there is to take the transcription, once you've edited it, made sure it's right, you can then send it into OpenAI and get minutes generated. That's the plan. Have a bit of a kind of flow here. So again, upload recording, kind of mostly done that now. Edit view transcription is kind of the screen we're currently working on, along with this kind of entry and utterance kind of concept here. And then also the generate minutes will be the next bit that we move on afterwards. Yeah, I really like Miro, and thank you. Yeah, it's kind of building it out. It's a kind of problem that I have at the moment. I have to write a lot of meeting minutes for Aero Club that I am on the committee of, and yeah, I kind of started building this. I kind of got one of those kind of versions working where I have to manually either transcribe it or use a third-party service to transcribe it. I wanted to turn it into something, so this is like my data model structure that I've been mapping out as well and following, so some of this stuff will have changed a bit over time. But are you a software engineer or UI designer? Just curious. I'm a bit of both. Always done a mixture. My last job was kind of VP of product, so I did a lot of product management, product strategy. But my background's always been coding, engineering, so a mixture of the set. This isn't necessarily my finest UI design work here, but just getting stuff set up, functional, working, and then we'll do some UI stuff at some point on this to make it look nicer and make the UX a little bit cleaner. What about you? Like, what's your kind of background? Like, what do you do? Also, sorry, I keep looking up here because that's usually where my camera is, but my camera stopped working, so now it's on my laptop camera, which is over here. So sick, I'm currently studying software engineering. I've always been interested in web dev stuff, so I've been upskilling my free time, self-teaching and front-end frameworks. Nice. Yeah, I've done a lot of stuff in React. That generally is what most people are learning today. The one that's trendy. I've kind of done so much React, I've kind of grown a little bit tired of it. But yeah, that's cool. What kind of front-end framework stuff are you learning? I know Vue is also quite popular at the moment, I think, as well as Svelte, and there's actually quite a few different things on at the moment. Where did I get to? So I'm currently doing this. React's what I've been exposed to, but I'm shifting to Next.js since that's much better dynamic behavior. It's server-side rendering. Yep, I think if I was doing React today, it's either Next or Remix is probably the other one that I'd probably be looking at. Both, I think, are pretty good. In fact, you just saw there that one of my previous sites was on Next. Yeah, Remix is worth checking out. I think they're kind of a little bit more focused on web standards. So generally what you learn on Remix, you'll be learning kind of APIs that are fairly web standard. They try to expose that as much as possible. And actually they kind of have an approach where you could be looking at like the Mozilla docs or something like fetch, like they use the standard fetch API or like the request library. So like all of the docs here for request and response as well are the same for Remix. So it's definitely worth checking out if you're kind of investigating in that stage. I think if you're already quite far in with Next and enjoy working with Next, I wouldn't necessarily say completely shift straight over to Remix, but anyway, I think Remix is where my preference probably lays. And it's got a very similar feature set to Next. You can do server-side rendering and all of that sort of stuff in there as well. Dope, man, thanks. I'll have a look at it. Cool. No worries. Yeah, as I say, I've kind of trying to write as little Java. I've like setting myself a challenge at the moment to kind of take an approach to see how much we can do without big, heavy JavaScript framework. So I've been avoiding it lately, but it's definitely my background in terms of bread and butter. It's doing a lot of React Native. Spent the last kind of 5 years, I suppose, building React Native hybrid apps. So I'm trying to look for internships or junior positions in the field, but I'm low-key struggling because one, I'm still studying, but also I've just been making projects and have no legit experience in the field. I haven't had any interviews yet. I've heard they can be tough. Yeah, it's a tough time at the moment, interview-wise, I think. Yeah, obviously kind of economy and stuff as well is where it's at. So yeah, it can definitely be hard out there. I think definitely helps to have a bit of a kind of portfolio of work of stuff you've done that you can talk about, and also talk about the decisions you made along the way, trade-offs, what you could have done better, what you'd improve and stuff like that. Yeah, and when it comes to like interviews, I don't know if I've really got any advice necessary to give on kind of interviews and stuff, but I think the best, like, yeah, kind of best thing to do sometimes is just kind of put stuff out there and kind of try to enjoy the experience a little bit, rather than kind of hanging up hopes too much on any one particular role or interview. Use it as a chance to learn each time. I think if you treat each interview as a chance to learn about the company, about the role, about the type of work they do, I think that's a really good kind of approach for that sort of stuff. Every company's so different as well in terms of like the style and way of working. there's a lot you can kind of learn just from that experience of that. So yeah, be curious, ask lots of questions whenever you're doing an interview and stuff, and you're interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. And yeah, kind of if you show a passion for the code and the work and the type of kind of stuff you'll be doing, then that goes a long way, I find. Yeah, I'm gonna must apply for whatever. I'm genuinely interested in getting better. Yeah, exactly. No. Yeah, it can definitely be hard, I think, especially with all of the, like, I tend to go for companies that are a little bit smaller when I kind of apply for things as well, so that generally makes it a little bit easier because you're reaching a real human. Sometimes you're kind of trying to fight past barriers and stuff. I don't have any units in UI designed. I've been trying to upskill because it's enjoyable, at least for me. Nice. Yeah, small to medium size my targets for now. Yeah, I think anything bigger, you tend to find that there's just a lot more processes and steps and automated filtering going on, and it's hard to get to someone. I think you have to tailor your approach though accordingly. So if you're going for some of the larger companies, you probably need to apply for a lot more. If you're going for the smaller ones, it probably helps to have a bit more of a tailored approach, where you're kind of bespoking your message to each. It's actually another little tool that I was thinking of building at some point, some sort of like job hiring like recruiting platform, but not for the employers, but for the potential employees, where you can kind of build your CV with AI and then tailor the CV according to each job spec. Bigger a target, the more distinct gap between the other applicants and I will be. You'll find there's a lot of junior people, and also like the benefit to some of the larger companies is they'll probably have a bit more of a support system in place for junior roles. I think what you'll usually find those companies as well though is they generally have a bit of a pipeline already set up. So they either recruit through boot camps or through either boot camps or straight out of kind of universities and stuff like that. So they generally already have a pipeline for junior developers to come through, or getting an internship, like that sort of stuff. Whereabouts are you? You've got GB in your name search. I assume you're in like England or UK, kind of Great Britain area. And thank you for the follow as well. Just noticed there. Oh, Australia, random last letters. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't have that much experience of what the market's like out over in Australia, but I assume like tech is generally fairly similar all around, right? Right, what am I doing here? So I need to now... so I'm distracting you from your code grind. So my bad, so many questions. No worries. Quite happy to answer questions. It's nice to have some chat. I've been doing this code grind now for just coming up to 3 hours, so it's nice to take a little bit of break anyway and chat. So. Let's see, what can I do next? So what I was working on here was I have my transcription result, I initialize it, got my entries in there, and I've got this ability to save it within this transcription. This is going to happen as part of the webhook. But actually I can probably call this just to test it. So if I reload here, or even just exit out, clear, Rails C. So we are going to take our transaction result dot new transaction last dot data. We can store that in a result. Oh, not transaction, transcription. Transcription. That takes a little while. But then we can do r.save. Transcription. Before I do that, entry.all. There are no entries. There are no utterances. R.save. Whoa. Transcription entry.all. There's a lot. And yeah, that's a lot. Okay. And then in here, I guess what I'd like to do, in here is I can now do render transcription.utterances or .entries. Have you set your own database or JSON file for the entries? So what happens is the entries are going to AWS console. What happens with AWS is when you call a new Amazon transcribe job, so these are all the jobs that I've created, they get created from my transcription start method. So when I have a transcription, I can, whenever you create a new transcription, it starts the transcription job. That calls it here, AWS transcribe service transcription job. That has a job name, muster minute underscore with a recording ID. That's all of these. When AWS does finish one of these jobs, it then stores them into the S3 bucket. And so they get stored into this S3 bucket that I've created. That gets set here as well, output bucket name, output key. And so they get put into an S3 bucket. The S3 bucket is here, and there's a folder for transcriptions, and these are all the JSON files that AWS Transcribe puts into here. These look something like the download one, and perhaps open that in VS Code. Looks like that. It's a big blob of JSON stored in a file. That file is there. At the moment, what happens is once this file gets added into the S3 bucket, there is a event that gets fired. I've configured an event to submit the this Amazon SNS topic. This SNS topic has a subscriber, which is my Muster Mint app. So I get a little notification saying, hey, new file's been added to the S3 bucket. And that's where my app can then pick up. So once a new file's been added to that bucket, at the moment what I do is I take that file and just store it in the database as just in a big column called data. So every transcription has a data column and it's just in there. But what I'm trying to do is get to the point of having each one of those passing that big blob of JSON into a structure that resembles this layout here, where a transcription has many entries and the entries could be an utterance, and that's what I'm currently setting up, these two kind of models here. And these are actually persisted in the database, so there'll be an entries table and there'll be an utterances table in the database. And the idea behind an utterance is that the utterance has kind of the body of what was said and also who said it. And so that will be stored in the database. And those map to those classes that are defined in here. So when we're dealing with the entry class, that holds an utterance. I'll come back to the purpose of this entry class in a second, but at the moment it's just kind of a link through. And the utterance itself is, again, linked to the transcription. I've not dabbled in AWS postings yet. Baffled that there's so much stuff I've got to explore. There is, and it layers on top. So yeah, just definitely start kind of somewhere. Start something small, and then just learn as you kind of need stuff. Yeah, there's kind of a lot. Otherwise, it can be overwhelming. So the best place is just to kind of take the first step. What's the saying about something about elephants? You bite like one bite at a time. Like, how do we eat what is that saying? How do you eat an elephant? Is that the saying? Yeah, how to eat an elephant. One bite at a time. Don't know why we're eating elephants. It's a weird saying, but anyway. Sidetrack there. Why is that a thing? Like, actually, I'm going to ask ChatGPT. Where did the saying about how to eat an elephant come from? Who's eating elephants? I know what it is, like it's, yeah, a metaphor for breaking it down, but just one of those things, apparently. Would you like me to do a detailed search? Yeah, sure. Like, sure. Do your search. I'm really curious as to what it's going to do here. I'm guessing it's going to use Bing search to now search the internet and find out, yeah, browsing with Bing. Oh yeah, it's getting really good. I use it a lot for coding, but I feel like you still need to learn coding in order to use it, because it often won't give you the right response and you have to kind of nudge it in the right direction. And actually, I find a lot of coding is actually about kind of the process of like writing good code is actually kind of a lot more to do with language and kind of it's a lot more like writing stories and kind of communication than it is about functional, how does these blocks fit together. There's a big part of kind of software engineering, I think, which is actually less engineering and more kind of design. And it's getting good, but it still misses some stuff sometimes. And different styles of coding as well. But this new version, I mean, this, to give an example of, like, this character here was generated via DALL-E through ChatGPT. And same with the little fav icon as well. It's mind-blowing just how good it's getting. And this new version with I don't know if you're using ChatGPT Plus, but the new version they've just released that combines. You used to have to pick which plugin or which kind of mode you wanted, whether you wanted to create images or whether you wanted web browsing or Python analysis. It's all just one now, just one big, like, you just create a chat and it has access to all of those tools. Learning design patterns at the moment, and it's pretty cool. There's principles and standards to writing good code. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, design patterns is a big part of programming in that whole world. What's it said here? It's somewhat unclear. Some people believe it might have been coined by Clayton Abrams, captain during World War II. It was already popular at the time he used it. Okay, but it wasn't him then. An old African proverb. Okay. Just one of those things. It's probably gone through a series of translations over time as well. It probably was originally something completely different, but hey, anyway, random little tangent. Yeah, that's been bouncing around for a long time. And if it's been bouncing around for that long, it's definitely been translated several times over the years. I've got adverts on at the moment. Cool. Let's just have a bit of a clear up. Okay. Yeah, so what I was doing here was I'm rendering the transcription entries. That's now gonna... Right, boss, I'm gonna hit sack. Best of luck with your grind. Hopefully I'll chat you. Cool, thank you. Yeah, hope to see you again soon. And hope you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so I need entries, entry. Transcription. Entries / underscore entry.html.erb. This will then have something that looks probably something a little bit like this. Entries. Missing partial transcription. Okay, because it's in there. New folder. Okay, cool. And then that then gets wrapped around with a DL tag. As well. And actually this one is coming from there. So now I don't need the transcription data. These are actually stored in that. Our entry, I think, can have a div around it, which is valid HTML. ID here can be a DOM ID, where the DOM ID for the entry. And then when I look at this, what we have is transcription entry 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. I'm going to be right back again. BRB. Be right back. Back. Cool. Okay, let's see. This is quite cool. Like, I've obviously got all my entries in here. At the moment, they're just going to be ordered by the ID of when they were entered. That's no good. We need to enter them based on when they were done. The other bit that if there are already entries in here, I kind of don't want to blast over them or duplicate it. It's going to be a mess. It only really wants to run once. And once there are entries kind of persisted, we kind of don't want to do them again. Let's just take a look. So what we've got in here. This now doesn't want to be this. This wants to be transcription result dot new. It should also set the status to completed as well. Create all of those and then update with the data as well. Create all of the entries, update, and the status are completed. Save the data. If any of those fail, roll them all back and do that. One thing that I'm looking at this code here, and this like chunk while is a quite long line to read, and I'm feeling like actually I wonder if I can improve that. And chunk while line feels pretty long and hard to read. Could I move the code block into separate method or something and clean it up? I hate that I'm probably gonna have to put something into ChatGPT at the moment to tell it, like, don't tell, just show me the code. And it seems a bit slower lately since they've done the update. It does feel a little bit slower than usual. But so I kind of want the whole block. I mean, that is AI can yeah, I want to simplify. Yeah, maybe a proc object. But I don't particularly know if that makes sense. I kind of want to turn the method name into a proc and pass that proc to chunk while. Yeah, that proc kind of is what I want, but kind of not. Yeah, I get that. Can I not just do like and well, yeah, done. Can I send this now? Yeah, you can. Okay. Negotiations method. And the method object. And returning to the prop. Run a method. Yeah. That's what I wanted to create. Which is basically what we had in the very first one. Use the method followed by to prop. I feel like this might be a bit too much overcomplicated. Chunk while method spam speaker. I don't know if I like that. That feels a bit gross. I feel like I'm kind of pushing it a bit too far, maybe. What does it suggest? Is this taking things too far, or would this be considered idiomatic? The valid and idiomatic Ruby technique. It's not particularly complex, and it doesn't really keep it dry because we're not really using it anywhere else. Probably, maybe it does help with readability. I kind of like that it gives a clear name, and it also, I mean, let's just move the, let's kind of break it down one step at a time. So the first one is like, def same speaker. The first version would be to do same speaker chunk while. So that's one version. The other version is chunk while and then pass in. Does that work there like that? Do I need the dot method or? See, now I'm not using this. Undefined method, same speaker, yeah, because it's not actually on the class, is it? Where is it gone? And that does work. Is that better than that or worse than that? Drunk while method, same speaker. And can I not just do the same here? Build entry param. So is this better? The refactoring you've proposed is another step to making it more concise, potentially more readable. The logic is, well, the logic for the build entry params is fairly trivial, or non-trivial. The same speaker is pretty non-trivial, but I feel like it probably does enhance the readability of what's going on here. As like that's that's that version. The version I shared at the beginning looks like this. And so really what we're comparing is, does this version or this version look better? This version has, like, we get the result items and then we chunk while we do a bunch of stuff that's like, okay, now I have to understand what this is doing. Same speaker. Chunk while it's still the same speaker, and then map that to build the entry params. I think it's fine. Let's go with that approach. Check it still works. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too much more time on that. Trunk while the methods using the method same speaker. Trunk while same speaker. Map build entry params. Kind of what we're saying there. And then we're going to save those entries. We've got our same speaker down there. Cool. That I think looks okay. That makes sense. Go with that. Transcription. Fine. We've got a lot of code going on at the moment. Let's just take a look at where we're at. And that's because this is mostly, so this we moved into our transcription result. Our transcription, we've got utterances. I think if we show the transcription itself, we can go back to rendering out the entries rather than the raw data parsing. And then that works. We probably don't need this now because we don't need to pass the result. And then all we say is it's got many entries. some of that stuff in there that we're doing before. The entry itself is just paste for some of this information. The result is where we grab the transcription result and we can save it. And we dig through the items, we chunk it, map it, we save it. Utterance, just holding our data, entry, stores the information about that utterance. This is going to have to change once we add in a new type. And got our transcription itself, which just renders out all of the entries now. Schema is updated. We added our transcription entries and transcription utterances. Migrations for that. Factories are helpers, our specs that we've not defined. Yeah, that's it. This needs to be json.parse. Data equals json.parse. Result data can be stored in that variable there, and then we parse that file, and then we save it. Save the result rather. Result, when we look at it, just that's the saving of those into the database and parsing of that result. That results in entries and utterances being created. And so those are all in there. Okay, and then once we've got that in there, I think the next thing I need to do is figure out the thought order, which means that I need to take a look at this again. There's a start time here, 1.629, and I think perhaps we just use that. That start time that they're giving me. What I do is transcribe docs, transcribe documentation, the API reference, data type, transcribe service, transcript. There wasn't anything in here, was there, around kind of output? Other than the bucket name and stuff, that's fine. No, that's fine. have anything here around like the actual. They've got the transcript, but then when you go on there, there's like nothing there. Does it say anything about what the output JSON is like? No, not really. Transcribe, developer guide, and developer guide. It does this example output. This didn't give you the content, right? It's the items that actually gives you the content. But this is interesting because it gives you like the start time, end time of things. 5.02 and 5.17. That time to that time was when speaker 0 said something. What I want to do is just grab the, I guess, line in the result, transcription result. What I'm seeing here is the start time here, 1.629. What I want to know is what time is. So that's an example output, sure. Start time. Items contains information each word and punctuation mark from the transcript section. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about the output there? Following section, working with buckets, done all of that. There must be a different way of getting a notification when Reverse Transcribe finishes doing a job. Because Reverse SNS transcribe job update or event bridge. Yeah, it's probably more like what I want here actually. I do feel like this S3 event setup that I have at the moment is just a little bit. It works, but I'm cautious around some of the issues there. And actually, I'd rather just subscribe to AWS Transcribe. And actually, it probably simplifies because I can have it upload to an S3 bucket. It can automatically. I don't have to deal with the deleting the file. I just need to download it in 15 minutes. Also, I'll get the failed. Like if it doesn't get it into the S3 bucket, it's lost. I'll need to refactor this at some point. I think use Event Bridge, I guess. Define Event Bridge rules. When define a rule, use Amazon Transcribe as the service name. Event Bridge is what I need. I can't just set up SNS notification. I guess Event Bridge can then plug into SNS and send it in there. I haven't done anything with Event Bridge before. Got going on a tangent, but hey ho. Create a rule. Event buses. I was going to create a rule. It asked me to put it on a bus. Run an event pattern. Fine. How does the bus work? Create an event bus. We've got default one. Send event. Start discovery. Points. A rule watches for specific types of event. When a matching event occurs, the event is routed target to the targets associated with the rule. Test. AWS events. Transcribe. Job state change. Event pattern. Transcribe. State change. All statuses next. Target AWS service. SNS topic. That's what I would need. I need to create a rule on the bus. That would then pass all of those events into SNS. Right. That's a job for another day. Now we'll keep doing with what we've got. But all that's going to do is just tidy up our code, because at the moment we assume that we're getting an S3 event, but actually what we want to get is just a kind of transcribe state change event, and we can use that for our transcription processing. But now I think we'll keep it as something to note. We'll kind of change up how we'll get rid of the S3 stuff. Then we won't have to define an output bucket. We won't have to define an output key. We'll still have to define an output key, but we won't have to define an output bucket. That didn't really answer the question. We have a 0.678. 0.678 seconds in milliseconds. So times it by 1,000. 1,000, obviously 1,000 milliseconds per second. And it might require a calculation. But sometimes it's just easier to calculate and not have to worry about what you're actually doing. Fine. So we've got start time here. Our schema says that we added a transcription entry. We've got start time there. It's an integer. So in here, really what we want to do is start time. So we get like a string like that. And so if we were in an IRB session and we had a string, and we wanted to times it by 1,000, that would be a bit weird. IRB. Multi-IRB commands, I think, what? Okay. 678 times 1,000. Like, I don't want that 1,000 times. If we did to that, times 5,000 and dot 2i, it will do that bit. That's what we want. Right, first, next to the speaker label, that one is right. It might be useful to have an end time on here as well. I also wonder here about the body being just a string of text and whether actually it ought to be some sort of JSON times, but I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's fine. Start time is what we need in order to organize the sort order of these things. Okay, let's do exit out there, Rails C. I don't know what is going on here. Exit clear. Because I've never actually exited out as an IOB sim. Rails console. Okay. One of the things I did before was the entry or destroy all. Okay, clear. That means that utterances should have also gone. Yeah. And now I can do transcription result. Got new. Transcription got last. Got data. Save. Create a lot of entries. Create a lot of entries and utterances, each one of those, but it also has the start time there as an integer. That looks right. If I refresh this now, one of the things that I can probably do if I look at the entry is perhaps do something in here which is like entry dot transcription utterance dot well, actually it's just entry, isn't it? Entry dot start time divided by 1,000. To F. And so this is like the number of seconds. Does Rails have a nice helper for making milliseconds into a format that is nice to read? Sometimes it has helper functions like that that are quite good. Apparently it does. Several. That's great. Okay, we've done that already. I don't want time. I don't need a time object. Oh, milliseconds. Okay. Time dot at that. Actually quite nice. Obviously if you've been speaking for an hour, for a while, then it kind of includes all of that in there. Let's just do a span there. We'll make it look kind of easier to read, at least while we're working on it. Then we can use that. I don't know how, when we're adding new entries into this, I don't know how we're going to deal with the time. I guess we just split the difference maybe each time and we keep just going in the middle. Don't really know. That's an interesting challenge. One of the things I'd quite like to do here is just do this. That's still... I wonder what happens if I just do... render entry.entryable. Utterance is utterance. Makes it cleaner a bit, I suppose. This is a bit weird. Probably want an extra helper to present that nicely. The utterance itself probably wants to delegate the start time to the entry. It should be the same. Transcription entries with the speaker and value of what they said. Cool. Let's see. Again, I'm at the point where I'm like, what's the next step? And perhaps it's a good time to review what we've got. So we've updated our controller, our webhook controllers, and now rather than kind of directly updating the transcription and finding the transcription, we pass the file and pass it into our new transcription result class. Then we save the transcription result. Pretty simple class, controller, how they want to be. Our transcription now has many entries, transcription entries, and when you delete the transcription, it deletes those entries. Got rid of the entries bit. The entry belongs to the transcription. It has a delegated type called entryable. At the moment, when it holds an utterance, and those utterances get destroyed when the entry is destroyed. The result takes in the data. It turns those entries, chunks them up by the same speaker, and then it maps them into the entry params. And the entry params builds the utterances for that group of items, and then that sets the speaker label on the body for that utterance. There's a helper here to find out what the same speaker is. There's a recording, and we also run the transcription. Save, creates a new transaction, creates all of the entries, and updates the database with the data and the status to tell us that it's completed. Utterances have an entry, they have a transcription, they delegate the start time to the entry. The entry itself just renders the entryable. The I feel like this probably is best done by the thing, but I also feel like it helps to have a wrapper, and I don't want it to be two wrappers, so utterance speaker label. This is a bit verbose, but I'll tidy it up later, it's fine. And we've got the utterance body. The transcription now just renders those entries. The schema is updated to include the entries in the utterances. That's a foreign key for those. There's 2 migrations to support that. Entries, the factory bot obviously need tidying up at some point. That's all there. I feel like that is pretty clear in what it's doing there and everything that's going on. So nice. Persist entries and utterances individually. That's kind of what we were doing here. Yeah. And so we're making good progress on like transcription editing. We've done enough to make marking transcriptions potentially a viable option. We've probably also done enough to make speaker mapping a viable option as well. Speaker mapping probably is the one that I want to figure out soon. But either way, we've got some good stuff there. I think it's probably worth thinking about. Maybe I could probably quite easily build a quick editor for each of these. Like this could quite easily render text area input. Could be one big form for all of these entries. I haven't worked out how I want to do the front end editing for this just yet. That's going to be an interesting challenge, and I think we're going to be sat here for a while just kind of contemplating some of those decisions. Let's just go into the utterance itself and perhaps wrap that in a paragraph tag, because that will help format the length of some of these lines. Yep. I'll just leave that. Yeah. Meetings 13. Yeah, somehow I ended up in the recording there. I think that's because there was an error and it threw me into it. Okay. what would be cool at some point, and I'm looking forward to doing it some of the front end here. So when this plays this time, we'll sync up with this and highlight the speaker. Highlighting each word is going to be, I think that's going to be quite difficult. I might have to store that body as JSON and actually store the blob of JSON that gets returned back to us. That might be something we do. Oh, there's so many different things that we can do right now. It's hard to choose. Feel like the next thing that I want to do is be able to see the speakers. I feel like that's probably the next step on this journey. And that might be tomorrow. That might be tomorrow's job. I think what we'll do is, at the moment we're in GitHub and we're on this, like, let's just commit this. G commit what will it be? Render utterance within paragraph. And we'll go to GitHub. We don't need this right now, it's fine. I'll close this and we will prepare and pull request. We've done a lot of stuff in here over the last while. And what we'll do is we will add transcriptions. And in this PR, we've changed 48 files and I did 782. That's a lot more than I typically want to do in a PR, but there's a bunch of stuff in there. We added local tunnel, we added our transcriptions controller for creating and deleting the transcription or showing the transcriptions. We added our webhook controller. We added our recording, which has the S3 bucket and URL. Linked our transcription to it. We added the ability to find our transcription by an S3 of it. This actually is gone, like, that doesn't need to go there now. This isn't used, which means that I think this also not used, which simplifies that code. Love it when we can just delete stuff, because actually a lot of that is now handled by our result down here, which is done by the recording ID, which is in the job name. That's quite cool. Fine. We will, okay, that looks good. That's the entry with its utterances. This is the result class. All of that's fine. We have our turbo frame tag within our turbo frame tag. So this is what allows us to render the recording. I'll render our transcription, or we render the button to generate the transcription. When you click that, we show the status of that transcription that's been generated. It navigates within this frame. Yep, that just renders the entryable. This renders the utterance. That renders the transcription along with its entries and status. This renders the turbo frame recording transcription. We had our CSS utils there, we had our master minutes local funnel, our AWS credentials, inflections for SNS, our patch for the capybara issue, we added recording transcriptions, create and show. This is going to have entry soon, meetings / I might have to consider moving transcriptions up a level. We'll see. Getting a bit intense for those URLs. And it probably makes sense to have like transcriptions is kind of namespaced as a thing. And so probably makes sense to kind of deal with that as a feature that exists for its own namespace of things. But for now it's meeting recordings. We set up our like if we did that and had transcriptions, we probably could have webhook as a thing within that nest of things, and that probably makes more sense. I'm going to consider it. I'm not sure I'm going to do it right now. Those are our migrations. Let's see how our schema has changed. We've added the entries, the utterances, and the transcriptions themselves. We added our whole SNS library dealing with notification for the certificate, the signature body, and for the notification controller that I wrote to help support that process of dealing with those. Even when we modify our approach to use Event Bridge, which we'll have to do at some point, this will still be useful. This bit probably won't be as useful, but we'll probably end up creating something similar around the transcribe status, transcribe job as a class, and that's fine. That's now getting into our tests. Kind of got these factory bot things we've not really set up. Our SNS notification and an invalid SNS notification. And we've got more tests. We wrote our tests for our SNS notification. Again, our transcription, utterances, and entries and transcriptions don't have tests. I'm going to have to come back and add those. Our VCR has been configured correctly. We have our Terraform script along with our policy for our user, and also the bucket notification subscription. Again, that's all going to have to change as well when I start refactoring this to use the Event Bridge. And actually, we'll probably try to configure Event Bridge through Terraform. We're going to be back in Terraform at some point. That's all going to be fun and games. And that's it. So that looks good. I think there's a few things that we should consider there at some point. I'm not sure why the little refactor icon came up weird there, but 8 commits from this branch will rebase added. I don't want to create a merge commit. I'll prefer to rebase and just add all of these in. We'll do that. And we'll rebase and merge. And we'll delete the branch. We'll go back to the main branch. Now we can see 20 commits. This tick here was from Terraform Cloud, which we turned off shortly after. Check out main again. Git stash. Got to actually connect that. Keep pull. Gstash apply. I want to check what we're doing there. We're just removing fire. Unused code. And we'll push that. And yep. Cool. Really liking where this is going. It's quite exciting actually. There's a lot of different things to start thinking about now, and deciding what to do and how to get to the value quickly is going to be an interesting kind of process. I think on my list, I really want to get to the minute part as quickly as possible, and get to the point where the minutes are valuable in some way. I think the key things for that is going to be mapping the speakers. I think tomorrow is a job of, let's see if we can map speaker 1, speaker 0, speaker 2, all of those people to a real person's name, because I think that's going to be quite important for generating a minute. And then from there, I think we'll move back into editing and tweaking. I think being able to kind of go in here and no one said that word, so let's go in there and edit that utterance and actually have a text area that we can go in. I think for version 1 of this, I think we can go really basic. We can use we can obviously use turbo frames and kind of create a view where you can click and edit, save, and go back out. That won't be the long-term solution, but it's a quick solution and gets us off the ground quickly as possible. Deleting utterances, adding utterances are probably going to be something that I need to think about as well when I start thinking about editing experience. We'll get to that. But I think if I can set the speakers and I can set the speakers and I can set the make some minor tweaks to it to make sure that it's not saying anyone said anything they didn't say. Perhaps even change the speed, like generally just an edit mode for each utterance. So actually speaker 1, well this was actually speaker 2. And actually that's not quite that they said yeah, or there were some extra words they said there, like I can tweak that. Once I have those two things, then I think we're fairly close, especially to that edit mode. Actually, we can probably do that fairly easily. Once we've got those two things, then I think we're then ready to kind of potentially move on to the bit where we're like, okay, let's generate the minutes from this, especially now that we've got a bigger context window to deal with. And then we'll come back and see if we need the markers in order to separate by agenda, because really I think that's going to be key to that process there. Yeah, so I think that's where we're at. I think really speakers and then editing of this transcript, probably the next couple of things. We'll see where we get to tomorrow. I think we'll start with speakers and go from there. I do think we need to think about the agenda plan. I think they are going to be valuable guidance for how to structure the minutes so that we can make sure that the agenda that we started with matches to the minutes that are generated at the end. And so that might be something that we end up having to create a separate little tool as part of the meeting. Maybe there's some UI, UX stuff coming up as well in the next couple of days. We've got a lot more things coming up on the screen now, and we probably do need to do some level of design to ensure that there's a coherent flow and structure to that stuff there. Yeah, bit of a highlight of what's coming up this week, I think. As a plan for schedule this week, I'll be on tomorrow, probably about the same time. We'll see. About midday till 4 o'clock. Then Wednesday it will be a shorter stream, early morning, kind of perhaps 10 o'clock-ish or 12, something like that. And then Thursday, yeah, full stream again, about midday till 4. And then Friday we'll have to see. I don't think I'll be able to fit one in. Perhaps we might do an evening code and chill, code and drink stream or something. Thank you for following. For anyone who's been hanging out in the chat today, we had Kuro, a bit of a chat about a few different topics there, around interviews and stuff like that. But yeah, I will see you tomorrow.